Hello, hello. Happy Thursday, everybody. Um, let's see here. What is today's plan? So last time, we spent some time getting Augs up and running. Here they are. So we're making little baby space bears here. When they are getting pushed here. Eventually, they end up here, where they will be rendered. That is giving us a big chunk of the animal products, not all of them by any means, but all of the common ones. Augs don't give any unique byproducts. And then that is giving us blood, which is one of our items that we're going to need for artificial blood, which we need to make korlex. And korlex are kind of our last big thing for... Oops, let's see. It's going to be under Archods. Where's science? It's down here somewhere. Here we go. Pi Science 2. Korlex are our last kind of big missing ingredient for Pi Science 2. So, the goal then is to keep pushing towards being able to start making korlex, and that means with our to-do list here, we're going for artificial blood. All of these other things are the prerequisites for that. Before we get into that, though, I want to be looking at this, and I want to make sure that it can't break. So right now, when lard spoils, it'll end up as biocrud, and we do have a biocrud sink on rails somewhere. I don't know where I built it, but I should add some map icons here is what I should do. Turn off train stations because they're not useful to me, and add map icons. But somewhere, if I find... Nope. Where's fertilizer? There we go. This brings in biocrud and turns it into biomass, and all of this eventually will turn it down into fertilizer, which I already have a lot of, and that's a problem. So we're going to have to find another use for biocrud or another use for biomass, realistically. But the other thing that we can do is, as far as the animal parts here is concerned, is a lot of these will decay into jerky. And of course, also, we could back up on blood. We could have too much blood. And what that means is that we will want to have uses for jerky and blood on rails. A while ago, I built this jerky-powered power plant, which never gets enough jerky. So, and we also have worker food here that is always short on blood. So what I am inclined to do, and I think I even have a station up here that's not being used. Yes, this station was previously putting stone onto rails, but I can now use it to get something off of rails. Or I guess we also have a couple spots here. Either way, I can get blood and jerky from rails as maybe low priority stations, I'm not sure. But either way, I can feed those into this system, and then we will have... basically, that'll keep worker food running consistently, which will hopefully fix some of my Nexalit-related issues, and should also mean that animal processing down here can't ever back up. So yeah, that is where I'm at with that. I want to get that done first before I go into the to-do list, just because I don't want anything to be able to break. The other thing that I really should be thinking about doing, and I keep avoiding doing this because it's going to be a lot of work, is I do really need to figure out getting iron hooked up from the rail base. I built a huge iron processing thing down here, and it's constantly sitting idle because I haven't hooked it up to the belt base, although right now it doesn't look like I need it. So, who knows? Really, eventually, all of this needs to go away, but that is still tens of hours into the future. But to start with, let's get the jerky and the blood usage here, and that will that'll be a good first project. How is this doing on blue inserters anyway? Yeah, we got 100 of them. Cool. Yeah, so this is really actually starting to catch up, which is fantastic. I didn't necessarily think that was ever going to happen. This one. Solid drop-off. And fluid drop-off. And our request here is going to be for jerky. 30 stacks and low priority, because if I have any other uses for jerky, I probably want to be using it for that. Then same up here. Low priority. Blood. 70,000. Okay. And I need to hook this up. So both of those should be issuing requests for themselves automatically already. Oh, I need to go get blue inserters. That's fine. We won't get the jerky coming in just yet because it's going to take a little while for the stuff on rails to start spoiling and like actually turn into jerky. But everything else we can... Blood we should get, and the blood is more what I care about, because that'll get... that will get our worker food running better. And right now that is a huge bottleneck. Yeah, so if I grab this, it's going to be a top-up valve. Less than 80. Oh, I couldn't have positioned that better if I tried. Okay. So that'll be blood delivery. And then I need blue inserters to finish that station, and we'll get that belt of spoilage routed in, or not spoilage, whatever it is, jerky. The belt of jerky routed in here. Hey, look. Train full of blood. Beautiful. All right, let's grab... Where are they? Bunch of fast inserters. And down at this end, how do I actually want to bring this in? I think what I want to do is this. If I bring this here, output priority left again, then we do this like that. There we go. That should be everything we need there for the... Wait for the bots to actually finish building all this, because we're building over water, and that's always slow. But that should be a reasonable output as stuff starts spoiling on the rail base into jerky. We'll end up with plenty of jerky coming into this system. I'm not feeding it in over here because I think there's plenty of it feeding this usually. Although now I'm curious why not. Yeah, this is actually low on jerky. Okay. I did not anticipate that. I think that means that I need to actually bring it all the way across and down into, like, here. Yeah, that should work if I feed it in here. Although it does kind of get reduced to half a belt, which I don't love. Wow, I didn't ever expect to see this system actually caught up on jerky. Okay, let's readjust some things so this pulls in earlier. Oop. And then down... What a mess. Where do I want to put put this that it would be useful? I do actually think it's here. All right, cool. So this is good. We have plenty of blood. Jerky is an eventual thing. It's going to take a while for stuff on the rail base to spoil and feed in here. I'm surprised that we don't have any, though. I should really do something here so that jerky that ends up in this spot doesn't block the whole thing. And then let's actually do this like that. There we go. And, like, there's still going to be a little bit here that could spoil in this position. But I think that's okay. It'll let this thing kind of keep itself moving. Eventually, if this does back up on guts like it has, they'll decay in here and get pushed through to, like, this end, which is also fine. But we may as well help it along. Make sure, basically, that as much of this as possible is actually full of guts. Where we're pulling the guts from up here, yeah, this is still sitting kind of backed up. This system hasn't run as consistently as I would like. It's still not running as consistently as I would like. Sap now. Sheesh. Yeah, I might need to figure out sap tree Mark IIs and upgrade some of this sap production, because it does seem like it is an issue keeping enough sap in the loop. And it's been kind of an issue forever with this. But that is not immediate things I want to be working on. Okay. So this is good. This will keep taking blood from the rail base as it's needed, and we'll keep this running as best it can, which just means more worker food, which will hopefully keep Nexalit running. These guys are running right now, which is great. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna call that done for now until stuff starts to decay down at animal processing. We're not going to see for sure that the jerky setup is working, and it's going to take a little while for stuff to decay. You know, these are many hours for most of these things to decay into jerky. All right, let's take a look then at our to-do list. Titanium, tar processing, and then a few other bits and bobs. I think... What do I think? Oh, I didn't realize I had an unused station here still as well. Cool. So I've got a station here I can use, and a station here I can use if I need to. What am I wanting to do next? I guess let's just think about titanium. Let's head over to YAFC and let's get that set up. I think right now we don't really have any improved titanium. It's like just the baseline processing. I had a good time. Howdy, how's it going? Let's see. Yeah, we have just the grade 1 processing that we got earlier. That's fine. Alright, so this is our titanium processing. That's only a few steps. I've been scaling everything to a belt of ore on rails, and I don't see any reason to do any differently here. So let's figure out our shopping list for this, and this will be a relatively small build. This should be quick to get going. And then we'll also have to set up a titanium mine somewhere, of course. You just built this exact setup? Yeah. I've had titanium for a while, but I've been surviving on a trickle of it, and as I'm building stuff for the rail base, I'm trying to build to, you know, at least moderate scale, so that I don't have to rebuild things. Like, my whole titanium for my whole base right now is this. Okay, let's head up to the mall and let's grab the buildings we need for this. How many of those? 8. Five jaw crushers and 2 secondary crushers. Okay. Yeah, I wish I had done more with caravans before I got to trains. They aren't really that expensive to set up, and it would have saved me quite a bit of belt spaghetti if I had done more with caravans. All right, advanced foundries. 0 on the way, 0 in storage. I didn't realize I didn't have those. Wait, I don't want to use advanced foundries, do I? I think that defaulted to just a wrong building. Where's my YAFC window? I can't find myself. There we go. No. We want to use gas furnaces here. So yeah, 2 of those, and that will be fine. Yeah, and those are in storage. Rebuilding all the fluid processing and steam routing is daunting. Yes, it is. I'm so glad that my my big steam pipe is a thing of the past. I'm to a point now where electricity is cheap enough that whenever I need steam somewhere, I just slap down an electric boiler and call it a day. But it took me a long, long time to get to that point. What really helps with that is biomass power. I've got a... Well, I don't actually have it as a blueprint because there's still a few more tweaks I want to make to it before I call it final, but this thing can make enough ash for itself and run all of these biomass power plants off of its own wood, its own water, completely zero input. So this is my current source of unlimited power, which will probably not scale as well as I'd like for as long as I'd like. I'm sure I'm going to hit a wall where dropping down a few hundred megawatts at a time won't help. But for now I have the power. Yeah, biomass power is like your first really good power plant in Pi Science 1, but it's pretty far down Pi Science 1 to get to power energy generation here. But once you get there, boy, is it pretty. Did we get all the buildings we needed? Yes. Everything else is just bots bringing random stuff. So let's go build this titanium processing. Oh, the other thing I wanted to check on. I'm letting myself get distracted already. Not that. Is it this one? Yeah, I knew it was over here somewhere. Okay, cool. We need to fix this. This is our only use for bitumen right now, and it is very nearly backed up, which means that we need to just grab a few thousand asphalt and start paving the base with it. Which is always fun. It's always nice to just grab a few thousand floor tiles and start slapping them down. Okay, where do I want to do this titanium processing? It's not going to be a very big build. Right here? Yeah, right here. Now, how are bees doing? I should check on bees more often. Seems fine. I see many queens. I see these guys fully backed up on this side. Cool. I see... We're backed up on honey? We're backed up on honey. I didn't think it was possible. Cool. So that system finally worked. We've got... I guess enough barrels in the loop. Cool. I think these guys are doing okay. But it's probably... Yeah, this is stalled on bitumen, so eventually we're going to run out of wax for empty comb and stuff. If I don't get bitumen running again. And that means doing something with all that asphalt. It's human? Ah. With a Y? Of course it is. English spelling being fantastically consistent. Or apparently bitumen, with a more of a ch sound in some dialects, so says Google. That's even worse. Where was I? Ah. Yeah, I'm sure they have strong feelings about the pronunciation of that up there. Does all this signaling look right? Not quite. That one there, and on this side, that does all look fine. Okay. Okay, so for this, what do we need? We need ore coming in, obviously. We need fuel coming in. And then we're going to have outputs of the titanium plate itself and gravel and stone. Okay, so that's going to be 3 outputs. Now I'm curious about the etymology of it, that's the pronunciation. Okay. It was from... I'm seeing Latin. But I'm not sure if that's necessarily true. Yeah. Let's see. Pronunciation. Where is etymology on this Wiktionary page? Etymology. From Middle English. From Latin. Yeah. Yeah, so it may have come to Latin from something else. But apparently the English is at least thought to have come through Latin. So my guess at pronunciation wasn't totally off, if it was indeed brought into English from Latin. But, because it's an awkward pronunciation for a Latin word. But I don't think it's really a Latin word. I think Latin probably borrowed it from somewhere else, and the etymology just ends at Latin because no one ever bothered to write it up in a dictionary. Because that happens sometimes. Things just dead end at Latin, and that's not really how language works. Okay, let's... Yeah. Latinicized Celt or Gaul for a pitch or resin. Yeah. Yeah, so it might have had, which is possibly why in English it has the U or the ch sound, depending on your exact dialect, because we've maintained some of that Celtic pronunciation, even though it went through Latin first. That's my armchair linguistics there. But because you see things like that when things are like borrowed and then reborrowed, you end up with words that are pronounced oddly. It's spelled like a Latin word, but pronounced like a more Northern European word. What do we actually need to build? 9 automated screeners. Doing titanium. Each of these brings in 1.66 items a second, output 0.49. Okay. Oh, good. Somebody's custom alphabet. I always love that. I probably have read about that one at least once. But it's hard to keep everything everything I've ever read about in my brain, despite my best efforts. The number of times people have tried to come up with better alphabets for English. All right, and then this needs to be split between grade 1 and grade 2. The grade 1 that upgrades to the grade 2? Yes. Five jaw crushers, okay. Okay. This is titanium grade 2 from titanium. Oops, I turned off alt mode. Sorry about that. sometimes when I Alt-Tab over to YAFC, it gets a little confused. These are only, yeah, a third of an item a second. I can get away with. You have YAFC on your third monitor? Yeah. If I was playing by myself, YAFC would be on my second monitor, but second monitor is, you know, Twitch chat and OBS and all of that stuff. And then this all comes back out this way. Disappointed Twitch did away with Twitch Studio. Yeah, simple is good. It's not the sort of thing that I ever would have used, because I am a power user in everything that I do. And I value my ability to customize things and everything else, but yeah, certainly for certain situations, having something like Twitch Studio would have been very nice for some people, and I totally get that. All right, so that's coming in. That's all going to be titanium grade 2, and then that goes into a few more automated screeners. Which I'm pretty sure I just put too close. Also just occurred to me, these aren't the same size. They are the same size. Okay. Let's, make a little extra space. And let's grab all of this. And let's make sure that this is aligned. Does it have to be aligned? Absolutely not. Does it make me feel better? Absolutely yes. Now I can bring down these guys, which are going to do the titanium grade 3. Oh, this should be the grade 2 titanium. Oh, let's also, while I'm thinking about stuff, get these guys set up. Yeah, that's fair. Limited customization is probably not the right word, but let's see. I didn't realize how low I was on electric poles, or I would have grabbed more when I was up at base. That's annoying. This is all gonna spit out, yeah, like one of these a second. And same thing. This outputs titanium rejects. Those go through secondary crushers, which also the same size as all of these other smoke. I don't think I ever realized that these were all the same size before. All right, and then we're gonna have exactly the same setup, but down here. Except this time it's gravel. And yeah, will this fit through? Of course not. That would be too easy. How do I want to do that? Might have to align this one a little bit differently than the other one. No. Well, we'll go up and over. That's fine. We'll just do this. One of those even is sufficient. And then down here, we finally have all of our titanium grade 3, and that goes into just 2 of these gas furnaces. At a rate of 1.44 in total. All right. And then that comes out as 2.88 titanium plates. Ooh, actually, a little more. All right. So now we pull this through. There and here. I think that's it. This needs to request titanium ore. And it can fill up its whole warehouse with it. These need to be set as high priority pickups. So that the... so that we prefer to take stone and gravel, as always, from where they're being made as byproducts instead of mining for them directly. And then titanium itself will come out here, and that's fine. This is not actually going to be fueled by gasoline. I said gasoline, but I think I'm going to grab BTX. Oh, maybe not. We're running low on BTX. Maybe gasoline it is then. I can always change it later. Alright, so that's going to request gasoline. This whole area is dark because I unplugged the radar. Bots? Oh, I turned off my roboport. I haven't made a titanium mine yet. Oh, right. I forgot. We've got... Is it this one? No. Is it... Where is it? One of these up here. Yeah, here we go. I forgot. We're making titanium ore as a byproduct of processing tailings. So this will burn through this provider before I even have to start thinking about a titanium mine. All right, I need a bunch more power poles for this, and I also want to grab whatever I need to make a proper titanium mine. I don't want to rely on that forever. So titanium, no, not you. No, yes, this one. Okay. So that's 30 miners to do titanium mining. Cool. A little bit less than that. I have more mining productivity than what I've put into YAFC, but I may as well just do 30. So we're going to want 30 fluid mining drills. And where is a good titanium patch? Ooh, well, there's this one, but I literally built over it. One down here, one here, or oh, actually, there we go. That's easy. Yeah, I can set up a station like right here, right off of this side, and hook titanium right into that. That's a beautiful spot for it. All right, let's head back up to base then and grab the machines and buildings we need. We'll get titanium ore mining hooked up, and then we can call titanium done. And then after that, I'm going to have to start thinking about tar processing, and how I want to do that on Rails, how I want to break up the different processing steps. And the reason we need that is ultimately going for artificial blood. We need, I think it's the Decalin. Yeah, so we make the Flutec from cobalt fluoride and Decalin. And Decalin is, yeah, aromatics is what we need. And the main ways to get aromatics are tar processing. There's this recipe that's like Relisias and Fawaji into aromatics, and I looked into this, and making any significant amount of aromatics with this requires hilariously large farms. So there's this recipe of, you know, tart or whatever, but realistically, it's going to be these kind of, you know, either this one that's like tar to light oil and aromatics and tall oil, or it's going to be naphthalene to coke and aromatics, light oil to aromatics and gasoline, all of this stuff. So I'm going to have to figure out, like, which tar processing paths I want to put on Rails and what I don't want to put on Rails, but... Let's see. Do I have... Yeah, 5 of those on the way. That's not great. Let's grab some of the Yeah, the Mark 1s, and let's make some more Mark 2s. Let's grab engines. Engines are here. And small parts are here. Let's see. Electric mining drills, circuits. $29. I need one more. What do I need? Just more small parts. All right. Let's be terrible. 30. All right, and Twitch is telling me that it's time to run an ad. I try to run ads as little as I can. Twitch is always going to run some, but I do keep pre-roll ads and turned off, and I try to run one chunk of mid-rolls when I'm not doing anything interesting, so nobody has to miss anything. So I'm going to let Twitch run its ad, and I will take the opportunity to stretch my legs and get myself a little more water. I recommend everybody else do the same. And when we come back, we'll build this titanium mine and then figure out what our next step is. So I'll see everybody shortly. All right, and we are back. Thanks to folks who stuck around. I know a 3-minute ad break feels long, but like I said, I try... It's the least invasive that I can make ads. Okay. I think I've got all of these guys. I would like more... I should actually just change my request to be 2 stacks of medium power poles. And let this build extras. Okay. Let's go... Where did I decide I wanted to do this titanium? Down here. Yeah. And then once this is done, we can say that titanium is, at least for the short term, running. I think, I don't know how far into Pi 2 we need to be before we get better titanium processing. A little while. Yeah, this gives us molten titanium and lots of other stuff. I should change that at some point, so those are no longer weird, non-standard stations. This saline water setup was one of the first things I did on Rails, and it predates all of my station blueprints. All right. This into here is nice and simple. Ooh, I also need to be careful here that I don't accidentally connect these fish turbines to my main grid. These are here, well, it's probably not as big of a deal now, but like, geothermal is kind of backup power if all else goes to crap. And these fish turbines make sure that geothermal can't shut down when the rest of the base shuts down. So they are important to try to keep isolated. If I had to rebootstrap from just my geothermal power, I probably still could, and I don't want to lose that ability. All right, so here we're going to have a fluid drop-off and a solid pickup. Sorry about that. I have no moderators besides myself, so I have to deal with spammers. With spammers all on my own. Trying to find the... How do I do this after I've deleted the message? I want to... I don't know. I'll figure it out after the stream. This is one of the things that I don't love about the Twitch dashboard is, like, once you delete a message, you immediately lose access to the ability to click on someone's name and do moderator stuff. So, like, I need to go into, like, a different submenu now to report them for the spam. I can't just do it from a simple click. Anyway, let's move on. Let's play the game, and I'll dig through menus later. Train is stuck. That's probably an ash train, and it's probably... No, it's not. It is that I didn't have this green wire. Which means that this system doesn't know that it's actually full on... Oh, and I need to go back there anyway. Because I forgot that we still had some power poles to build. So let's get that done, and then we'll Hopefully once this starts running, let's see. This should be fine to all run on one belt, I think. Yeah, 4.5 items a second from the 9 crushers here. Oh, here we go. I missed one of these. That's part of why it's not working, right? Yeah, these guys will, it'll take a second for them to burn through the 1,000 or so gasoline before this train can leave, and that's annoying, but it'll get itself figured out in a second. And then we should have, yeah, gravel coming to one of these, and stone to the other. Cool. This appears to be working now. Is this running smoothly? Yes? I think so. Yeah. These guys should actually be able to catch up with all of this, because it's 3 3/4 of these, so I would expect to start seeing, yeah, okay, this is going down. Some of these processes are probabilistic, so you'll get little occasional spikes of buffering, but in general, it looks like this is keeping up, so I think we're good. All right, let's go back to building that titanium mine. That stuck train will sort itself out eventually. All right, I only made 30 of these, so if I'm going to do it this way... All right, there's that, and then I just need to figure out... And then just need to bring down the mining fluid. Which will be... Oh, let's not make the same mistake. Oh, I already fixed that part. Good job, Brandon. And this needs acetylene. Tank full of acetylene, and then, I mean, that's pretty much it. Once it gets its acetylene, it will, should turn on this mine, and we will have titanium available. Although this is... Oh, this has burned through all of the spare titanium already. Excellent. Love to see it. I really do love to see it. I'm glad that this is, yeah, unblocked at this point. Tin has also been pulled through pretty well. Coal dust. This is all great. This is all great to see. I could probably even get rid of the extra acid gas buffer. Yeah, all that's really left here is tailings dust as a weird spare resource, and that's fine. Let's go clean up some of the extra storage that I had put at that station. And actually, on our way by, what I should also do is grab a few stacks of asphalt and... There we go. And then I can start paving some parts of the base. Start laying down asphalt everywhere. Up here, I think, is where I want to be going. Yes. All right. This is all gone. And this is all gone. There we go. And why did I do this way? That was weird. Okay. That looks good. Did I remember to... No, I didn't. There's still some spare signals over there. I should go fix that, or it's gonna mess something up at some point. That is also too short. Just reminded me that I was going to make a small asphalt build to handle my excess pitch. Yeah. I never did asphalt with pitch. I'm actually turning my pitch right now, I think, into stone as best I can. Yeah. This is the way I'm dealing with pitch, and also helping keep stone feeding the base. But certainly early asphalt is a reasonable approach. Oh, yeah. Yeah, non-hard mode, stone is a different ballgame. All right, this looks like it is gonna catch up. Okay. Yeah, these guys will make slightly more than a full belt's worth because they are, because I do have enough levels of mining productivity now that this is more than a belt. They do output stacked, so, you know, whatever. There's more than a belt coming here, and these 6 inserters can only take about a belt's worth off at once. I guess I could put stack inserters here if I wanted to do this. And that should, this should be able to handle everything those machines down there can put out, and then some. All right, I'm going to call that slightly future-proofed, and we'll go from there. So that's titanium done. So yeah, the next step is tar processing. As far as I was talking about this a little bit earlier, but as far as the tar processing on rails, what we really care about is getting Decolen. Because again, our goal here is artificial blood, that is Flutec, and that is Decolen. And the things we need are aromatics and hydrogen, and Nexolite and titanium. Nexolite we have a little bit of. We've got it going on up here. Yeah, we have a couple train deliveries worth. But our only source for it on rails right now is from tailings, which is, you know, not great. What I could do is flip this belt around. This belt was previously feeding Nexolite from this build up into the belt base. But at this point, now that I'm pushing blood from the rail base down here, wherever blood is, here's blood. Now that I'm pushing blood into the base up here, our workers' food should be very reliable. And in fact, we are now broken on something I didn't even know we could break on. Oh. Okay. Yeah, let's go fix that. We're backed up on biomass there. Didn't realize that was possible. But I do have, I mentioned this earlier as well, I've got a train station right here that is not being used for anything. So I can push biomass from this deposit up to that train station, and it'll just get sucked right into the belt base or into the rail base rather, and will be eventually processed into ash and fertilizer. So that'll be fine. There. Where does this need to come up here? Like here. Of course. That looks connected all the way through, maybe? Cool. Okay, that is that belt cleaned up. Let's go ahead here and All right, bots, figure out the landfill part, please. There you go. That's all I need you to do. I can do the rest. I don't have any particular strong feelings about this particular area. It's just where I decided to start paving. Yes, it is alien biomes. I turned off the speed penalty, though, because running around in Pi is already not fun. I probably didn't actually need to pave over this little corner of a lake. That's going to take the bots a hot minute, and I'm going to run out of landfill. Alright. Yeah, reinforced concrete everywhere early. That is... You know, if it wasn't Pi, then yes, obviously, but reinforced concrete's not super cheap. Obviously, I'm going to have to come through with a bunch more landfill and fill in a bunch of these spots. Automatic underground pipe connection. Yeah, I don't think I'm familiar with that one. I will indeed look it up. Well, that was however many thousand asphalt I just put down. Barely making a dent in paving the base. And obviously lots where I also still need to put down landfill. But this is good. I end up running along this stretch a lot when I'm coming from the rail base up to my mall and other parts of the base. So just having this mostly paved will be helpful. Ooh. Yeah, that does sound good. Okay. Yeah, tar processing is next. And the other thing I need to make sure I do is I want to make sure I hook up this correctly down here. Because I want this to end up being a big square eventually. But let's do, let's figure out as far as getting... What I really care about is getting aromatics. And... I feel like I mean, let's go to EFC. Let's just theory craft some stuff. So we're going to bring in tar. We'll say 100 a second. It's just a number. Doesn't matter. And we want... So we can either do, like, refining bottoms, refining tops, aromatics, anthracene... can go to creosote, which can go to aromatics. Yeah. Naphthalene can go to aromatics. Pitch is... Sure. Do the pitch to coke. Alright, so that gets us a little bit of gasoline, about 100 aromatics, a whole bunch of coke, and some other stuff. On this side, if we bring in tar, and if we do this one, okay, much less aromatics. Well, 2/3 the aromatics, let's call it, a little bit less. A bunch of tall oil, which right now I have been relying on turning naphtha into tall oil for my bees, to feed my bees. And that's just burning through my naphtha, so I do want more tall oil. More gasoline, which is also good, because I always need gasoline to fuel stuff. So, like... And also, this is way fewer buildings to do it this way. Compared to this build. Advantage of this build, of course, I can get... You know, this shows me processing anthracene and naphthalene, but, like... You know, if I want to get naphthalene out, I can get naphthalene out, right? I don't actually have to process it. Same with pitch, same with creosote. You know, this is the like, basic tar processing build, right? And then... The other question is, how do we want to get tar in the first place? And I said crud up here because I was going to do crud pyrolysis, but which I think does actually make some tar. Yeah, crud pyrolysis makes a bunch of tar, CO2, syngas, bio-oil. I'm not sure if this is, like... This is a lot of byproducts to deal with in hard mode. And it needs 500 degree steam, which is also funky to figure out. But this would give us tar. It gives us carbon black, which I'd have to sink. It does have a fuel value, at least, so I can burn it off. But I'd have to find a use for all this carbon black, because this is more carbon black than I could use in rubber. Hey, Grim, good to see you. Yeah, I will definitely take a look at that mod. That sounds super useful. The other option, of course, is... Okay, so there's this, like, coal and coarse fraction to tar. There's gravel distillation, which looks miserable. And I don't think I have that much extra gravel right now that I even want to go for this. There is, of course, just the tar extractor. And then there's like, you know, coal gas from coal and doing that whole process, but I don't think I want that to be my primary source of tar anymore. That feels old-fashioned. This doesn't seem so bad. I do have some coarse fraction. Well, not as much coarse fraction as I did sitting around. Because I think I've got it separating at this point. I don't know where that is, but somewhere I do have coarse fraction being... This makes coarse fraction. Where does it go? Nope. Course classification. There we go. Knew I had it somewhere. So yeah, we're doing this course classification right now. But that's really just a way to get rid of the coarse fraction. So I could absolutely just turn it into tar instead. Like, I'm pushing plenty of coal into the base in general. This system has had no problem keeping the base running with coal. I mean, eventually I'm probably going to end up with all of the different tar sources. Right now, I'm just trying to think of what is the lowest effort way to get enough tar going for artificial blood so we can get korlex started. And it's probably, I mean, tar pit mining, honestly, if I can find a tar extractor and a spot to put on it. Assuming that tar extractors don't need anything crazy. A little bit of chromium. I have chromium. I have steel. Yeah, maybe that is the thing to do, is just set up a... set up a tar extractor. Well, it's trying to use the highway, and then it keeps getting stuck on water. That's very jerky. Where is a train stuck this time? What? Oh! Ooh, okay. Well, good job, CyberSyn, for catching that. So what happened, this station used to be for getting stone onto rails from the belt base, and obviously I don't do that anymore. But there was apparently still a little bit of stone. Oh, sorry about that. This guy, this biomass train, had a little bit of stone in him because there was a little bit of stone left sitting on the end of this belt in this station. And CyberSyn didn't release the train because it didn't have a full load of biomass. So it just... the train just got stuck because there was... something in the way of it being loaded, which is exactly what I wanted to see. Okay. Tar extractor. What do I need? I need some steel and some chromium and maybe some small parts. We don't have small parts. We don't have copper. How? Yeah, that is no copper. Copper has no... borax? I thought I fixed borax. And yet... Interesting. How did this happen? How is this jammed? Each of these makes 1 2/3 dirt a second. That's 4, 5, 6 2/3. Each of these uses 2.5. So that's 7. 75 mud a second. 175. No, sorry. Yeah, 175. So a little. No. 133.3. This uses 75, so we've got like 50 odd. Each of these makes 14. 14. 28. What? Either these ratios changed in an update, or I built this stupendously badly. Let's go back to YAFC real quick and double check our ratios for borax. Alright, so I've got 4 raw oh, that's not what I want. I want to make borax. Which comes from washing. We electrolyze the byproduct. And we turn the soil into muddy sludge, which also gets electrolyzed. That is fine. The raw borax comes from raw borax mining. And we have 4 mines, but... this is almost certainly what happened. What is my current level of mining productivity? I've got mining productivity 4. So this is almost certainly what happened is because these were fractional buildings, we had like 4.1 borax washers, and it just pushed it up enough that we're into needing like 1 more of one of these, because we're using like all 5 of the borax washers fully now, because of the higher mining productivity. That is almost certainly what happened. Progression mining productivity bonus is plus 40% now. Yeah, so that'll push us up to... We need a 5th electrolyzer, and in theory 1 more washer, but the 5th electrolyzer is the problem. I'm glad I didn't go back down there yet. Oh, I have an electrolyzer, and I can make a washer. Okay. Let's go fix that then. And I think it's still just 3 washers doing the soil to muddy sludge. So that's, I'm glad that I spotted that. That could have been a lot worse. I'm not sure how long that's been broken. I mean, long enough that my rail base is out of copper. So it's been broken for a while. So yeah, we're gonna need 1 more of these here. These are not all the same distance apart. What did I do? Alright, anyway. That'll run this, and then I need 1 more course. doesn't quite fit. One more electrolyzer. Okay. That should get this whole thing running again. And it is trying. I might still have to pull... No, this should be able to catch up, I hope. Yeah, it's just going to take a second, because these guys are pretty backed up on soil. It's going to take a little while for this whole loop to sort itself out. Hopefully it still can sort itself out. Yeah. Well, that was a good distraction. Did I ever actually make that, tar extractor, or did I just think about making it? I just thought about making it. Oh, right, because copper was broken. That's why I stopped. Alright, so that's going to have to run for a little while before we get enough borax here for a train. And hopefully that'll turn copper back on. These use drilling fluid. Interesting. Okay. And tar extractors go onto... I want to build this, but why is this not running? Yep. Yeah, so they go on seeps, just like a bunch of the other extractors. There's one right down here. Yeah, and I make fluid somewhere. Because I do have... Is it here? Yeah, raw gas coming in. With a tank full of drilling fluid. But drilling fluid is cheap, so I don't care. Yeah, clay, soil, sand. It's 0 input, basically. I mean, I'm bringing sand in, but whatever. So I think that one is unusable. That's kind of out of the way. I guess this is going to be the easiest one to drop a station near and just get things rolling. It'll start feeding in the drilling fluid and yeah. And then I think I am going to do the... If we flip back to YAFC here. I think I'm going to do this one. We're going to have 100 a second. Well, a little bit more than that, because we have mining process. So it'll be like this. But yeah, we can drop... Do these have a nice ratio? 5 to 2? 5 to 2. Okay. So we're going to drop this build somewhere. And this will just get us get us a nice chunk of aromatics. It'll get us a little bit more gasoline, and it'll get us the tall oil as a feed for our bees. Speaking of the bees, have the bees turned themselves back on? Is this still... Yeah, these are running now again. Okay, no, that's not what I care about. It's this part. Yeah. Someday I'll set up proper oil processing and sync all of this. For now, it just goes to asphalt. And I'll have another 50,000 asphalt that I can lay down whenever, real soon. Let's see. Right over here. All right. One. There we go. And let's get ourselves fluid drop-off to start with. That'll be for mining fluid, and then a fluid pickup, which will be for the tar. And drop down this guy. Where is it? Drilling fluid? Yeah. All right. Yeah, this actually only needs like 1,000 of it. But whatever. It's basically free. I don't care. It gets a train load, and it'll be happy with a train load. And then the tar will come out. And, like, I know this will be nowhere near enough tar for the whole base, basically ever, but it will hopefully be enough to get the things that I need to get going. And then we can switch to other methods of getting tar as we see demand for the other side products, right? Like, as we need... You know, if we suddenly need a lot of coal gas, we can always set up, you know, coal to tar or anything else. But this should be enough for us to get, you know, the trickle of aromatics that we need for our Decalin, that we need for our artificial blood. That's all we're trying to do right now. One step at a time. Not everything has to be future-proof. And then we have another drop-off station here. Oh, it probably helps to power it, doesn't it? And this is actually going to request tar. And yes, they're right next to each other, but that just means that this can be provided with tar from other sources and vice versa, right? I don't want the two builds to be directly linked where we're just extracting this tar and processing it in a specific way. I want to make sure that things are routable elsewhere if we have need for that. And then I forgot to grab destructive distillation columns when I was up at the base, so we're going to have to go up and get some, and whatever else I'm going to need to finish this build. Has copper turned itself back on yet? No. Will it do so soon? No. This has managed to stall itself again, which concerns me. I might have to just pull the soil out of the system and let it kind of restart. The other thing I might be able to do is put a little bit of a buffer in somewhere. Like if I just take a shed, I put it here. That might have enough storage capacity for this system to catch up. I think it just needs to have enough space for... Basically, we need to be able to get the soil out of these machines, and then they'll start processing the muddy sludge again, and then it should be able to get itself unstuck. I hope. I'll check in on it. If it manages to back itself up again, then I'll try to change some things some more, but this should work. All right. And then what was I doing? I was going up to base because I need distillation columns for what we're doing down there. I also probably need a bunch more pie tanks. Because we need to make 3 pickup stations. Yeah, aromatics, tall oil, and gasoline. And it's 7 of these. Okay. Which we should have, yeah, in storage. We should have plenty. I'm pretty sure we're making these. Which means that they're probably flying in from... Yeah, up here. Could not find a train to make deliveries. Okay, that's okay. Yeah. I mean, it's not great. I don't have enough trains. But I knew I didn't have enough trains. That's not news to me. But that means that it is continuing to make deliveries happen. And that is the good news, is that deliveries are happening. Yeah, here we go. This one should pick up the Yeah, and this will be going to copper with a load full of borax. And that will finally get copper turned back on. The question is, am I ever going to get these DDCs? Small parts are very, very foobarred at this point. Love it. Well, I don't love it, but... Alright. Seven? 7. Okay. I've got what I need. I don't think I needed anything else. And then, at least this is a reasonably well-ratioed recipe, so it should be pretty easy if I need to expand this to do so. I want to make sure... somewhere up here is... That's syngas. Yeah, here we go. Gasoline, because this is a non-standard... Alright, so this is set to normal priority, pulling gasoline off the belt base. I'm not sure if that's what I want. I'll have to think about that. I might say that... I need to make sure, basically, that this tar processing step can't back up on all of the... It's got 3 different products, right? And they're all kind of equally important. I'm not sure. I mean, right now I'm building it because I need aromatics, but, like, that's, it is not necessarily a aromatics factory. Yeah, this is fine here. I think what I want to do is I want to make the tall oil of this high priority and the gasoline of this high priority. And I do just want to consider this an aromatics factory for now, for the short term. Whoops. There we go. So what are we doing here? We're doing... I don't actually know what this recipe's called. There it is. Alright, so yeah, tar in at the top, and then our 3 outputs. This is, as always, an awkward layout. Alright, yep. This is what we're going to do. And then we're going to have these, and I'm actually going to go up with these ones, or do I go down? I'm not sure yet. Let's route the other ones first while I think about that. Oh, actually, Twitch is telling me that we are going to be doing another ad break in just a minute, so I'll try to get to a good stopping point. And then I'll step away for a few minutes while Twitch runs the ad, and then we can go back to figuring out pipe routing. It's always exciting. But I think I can do, yeah, this one like here. And like here. Oh, and yep, ad is running. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, here's another 45 seconds left on the ad according to Twitch, but we can lay some pipe while we're waiting. Okay. All right, welcome back from the ad break, everyone. We're just dropping down pipes. And then the other output of this is going to be to the light oil, which needs to be split again into gasoline and more aromatics. So one of these, the top one is the aromatics. This is going to be tall oil, which I should put a pump in here as well. And this one needs to be marked as high priority. So this will be tall oil, this will be aromatics, and then we're going to have one more station to pick up gasoline. This thing has almost popped. Right, light oil into aromatics and gasoline. Again, the pipe inputs and outputs are atrocious. Thank you, Pyanodons. Alright, if I do this way, we get... Here, let's bring this down. To there. And that will give us aromatics access here. These guys connected. Oop, there we go. 256 million tar. I'll take it. Okay, and then here... Oh, these all need to be properly connected, and they are absolutely not. I'm gonna do this like here, actually. Four. All right. And then we can bring this down. There we go. And then we've got the aromatics out, and then the gasoline out will be at the bottom. Here, 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 here. And here. Okay. And then this one is also going to be a high priority output, because again, the aromatics are the goal of this, so if anything needs gasoline, we want to pull from this so that we're not blocking our aromatics on the gasoline output. With that, this may just turn on as soon as we have enough tar in the system to dispatch a train. And then, as far as the Decalin goes, we do need hydrogen. I'm making hydrogen in a couple of places on rails, but I'm not sure how much of it I'm actually making. And I don't remember if I am using it, like, or how badly I'm using it, I guess I should say. I'm not sure what the best way to check for that is, because hydrogen is always like a side product. Like, if I just search for hydrogen, I'm not going to find it. But like, yeah, here we go. This one makes tanks full of hydrogen when it's making whatever this makes. Why is this off, by the way? Oh, I don't have coal dust. Wow. And I'm not sure what else might or might not be making hydrogen either. Not here. Bunch of fluids happening here. No hydrogen. Alright, well, we might need to find more hydrogen to get onto the system then. Yeah, this makes oxygen, which is all well and good. That's stuff that comes from... All of this up here is stuff that's hooked up to the rail base. Or rather, to the belt base. Here we go. This is hydrogen from the belt base to the rail base. So, that's available if I need it. I'm not sure. I thought I had more hydrogen somewhere, but I don't know where it is. I don't remember what it was actually a byproduct of, so it's kind of hard to just zoom in and track down where it might be coming from. But if I need more hydrogen, I can find a way to make it, either from doing other oil processing steps that release hydrogen, or just by doing more, making oxygen or something like that. Yeah, no idea. Okay, I'm gonna stop looking for it. This system is, ooh, starting to turn on, maybe. This is not connected. Cool. So that'll be high priority there. This will be high priority for gasoline. And then up here is the aromatics. Excellent. All right. So aromatics, hydrogen, titanium, and nexalate all come together to make Decalin. So let's just make a little train station somewhere and get that going. I think that is going to be pretty easy to make. Actually, do I have what I need if I want to start making a bunch of train stations? No, I need more pie tanks. I've got some random crap in my inventory. Yeah, let's head back up to... Oh, and what is it actually made in? That's the other question. Chemical plant. Okay. And, like, honestly, one of these is probably fine to start with. And then we'll go, we will go from there. Let's see, missing a train to make... Okay, that's a solid delivery. Oh, wow. I might need to make some more trains. I think because copper had been so totally shut down, now that copper's running, like, full blast again, it's demanding lots of things. Yep. We're already out of half of the ingredients for copper. Is this broken again? No, this is still running. All right, well, I'll let it run. I'll see if it gets to a steady state. It probably won't. I probably do need more trains. But trains are expensive when the base hasn't been running correctly. Alright, yep, pretty soon. The only research that's going to be left is catching up on all the turds, which is fine. I know that I need a bunch of barrels to drop into a couple of systems. I'll take those down with me as I go. Otherwise, I think we just kind of need to get reloaded with all the common stuff. Mostly these tanks we're going to need a bunch of. So that we can actually build the provider station for the Decalin. So yeah, just gotta wait for the bots to catch up, bringing me a few things. And otherwise, is there anything else that I need while I'm at base that isn't in my normal set of requests? Maybe. What do I need if I wanted to make another couple of trains? Small parts, duralumin. Duralumin. We still don't actually have a load of copper. Cool. Alright. Well, why not? Oh, it's unloading now. Okay. And it's actually the second load. We've already had a load of copper. It's the third load. The answer is it's trying, then. That's fine. It'll figure itself out eventually. Alright, we have enough tanks. We have the chemical plant. Yeah, I don't need to make two of them. One is plenty. I need a trickle of artificial blood to actually get these guys going. Yeah, oh, tin is all turned on. That must mean that we had solder running, maybe, kinda, sorta? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because that's full. Yeah, so we had a load of molten tin go to solder. So I'm going to go ahead and build this, where? I guess I could just build it right here where I've been building all these other bits and pieces. I've got the space for it. Or right down here wouldn't be too bad either. What is this? Ah, this is course separation or whatever it's called. Course classification. Okay. That's fine. Let's go, get Decalin done. I think we're going to hit artificial blood today, which is fantastic. And that is the last major blocker for korlex. Which is not to say that they're going to be easy, but everything else here we can make pretty easily. The fetal serum is just straightforward. Oh, silver! I haven't done silver yet. All right, well, we got to do this at some point. Figure out how to get silver going. I guess I can do it just from soot. That seems like it's probably the best way. I've got places where I'm making soot and I'm doing other things with it and just dumping the products in various storage places. So I think that I should be able to do that. Is soot one of the byproducts up here? No, that's tailings dust. I'm not sure if I have soot on rails or if I only have it, like... I'm quite certain that I have some up here. Yeah. And this does soot separation into just the basic soot separation. And I've got the same thing, I think, up here. Basic soot separation. Yeah. So what I could do if I wanted is at one of these locations fork off the soot and have it do the process that makes silver. And that would give the trickle of silver that I'm going to need for korlex. Classic pie ash soot is just silver in disguise. Yeah, it probably is here, too. Like, the only reason that I'm turning soot into all of these products up here is just to get rid of it, right? Like, I don't need any of this. So maybe I should just turn this straight into a silver factory. Down here, at the hot air build, I am actually using the zinc from it. Yeah. As part of stuff that goes on in the base. So I don't want to screw with this one, even though it's very much a mess. But I think up here, I could just turn this into silver for myself. I don't see why that would be a problem. And then I'd want to probably change what's going on here. Yeah, and then I could potentially even send the silver to base if I need to, but... I haven't needed to do much, as I should have the soot to... Oh, the soot to zinc recipe. Yeah. Yeah, zinc ore. So yeah, I should switch to this up there. I forgot that that was a thing. But yeah, I should do that there. Wherever it is, here. Because this is just putting all these other ores into storage. Apparently I'm also using lead, but I may just be putting lead into storage as well. But the zinc needs to feed into a little bit of activated carbon, which feeds into refined syngas? I don't know. This is a weird setup. But yeah, I should switch this to dedicated zinc. You're right. I could do that right now, actually. Nope. There we go. And then everything else that's sitting around from this will just be extra. And then up here, I think I can switch it just to iron. Or, sorry, just to silver. And then I'll need to redo some of this mess, but... I'll go up there and take care of that in a little bit. Let's get our, let's get the Decalin going first. And then I'll head up there and I'll get silver going. Because I think silver is going to actually be pretty straightforward. And then I can just have it, you know, shoving silver in a chest, and I'll have a little bit by the time I need to make the fetal serum. But, like, each of these guys needs a whole 4 silver. Yeah. So that's really not that much. And also a lot of guts, apparently. But yeah, this shouldn't be too terrible to set up once we've got the next couple ingredients. Okay, so this is going to bring in making the decalin. Okay, so we need aromatics and hydrogen on one, nexolite and titanium on another, and then just shove it all into a single machine. All right. As always, we need to redo this to be dual station. You are gonna be hydrogen. You are going to be aromatics. Okay. And then we're going to have a solid input as well. This one is going to request nexolite plate and titanium plate. And then on the output, just do half a belt of each. Which is way more than is actually going to go into the machine. But it's easy to do half a belt of each, so we will. That feeds in to a chemical plant, which I'm hoping... Yes, takes those two things as an input from the top. Input-wise, very little. Yeah, I'll do 2. 1 should be enough, but it's always nice to have a spare. Then hydrogen as an input, and the aromatics as an input. Cool. That will be requesting everything it needs there. What are you missing? Oh yeah, one of these. That's fine. Actually, I'll leave it. Just so that I know what expanding this actually looks like. 5 a second is already more artificial blood than we're actually going to need, though. So I think, anyway. Yeah, so 5 of that per second is 5 Flutech a second, which is 5 artificial blood a second, which is so much artificial blood. So yeah, other than trains always being a problem, think this is good. And then, oh, the output needs to be an output. Fluid pickup here. Let's see. How does this... Will this go? Of course not. Okay, that'll be the pickup for it. So I think that is the Decalin build. It's going to take a little while for the trains to catch up, and... Okay, apparently I was missing an inserter there. It's going to take a little while for the trains to catch up, and for this whole thing to turn itself on. Especially because we need like 40 more trains. How is the base doing up here? Okay, it is turning back on, and we are starting to catch up almost on small parts. So maybe I should go actually think about building a couple more trains now that the base is a little closer to... Yeah, really it's the small parts. Once the base catches up on small parts, I will be happier. Ooh. I put a few too many barrels into this loop, I think. They got backed up here. Which maybe is okay. Maybe not. I'm not sure. But we have another stack of hog paddocks that does need more barrels. So let's go drop those ones off. And then we'll head up to base. Hopefully by the time I get up there, we will have made enough small parts that I can yeah, so these ones are all pretty much running. It's just a matter of having more water barrels along here so that they're always nicely buffered. Yeah, the hog pups are... Oh, not correctly hooked up. I didn't know that. Well, I'm glad I swung by here. Alright, those guys will get themselves caught up. That's running. Yeah, you're just not going to request any more, are you? Because you have a max of three rows. Yep. Cool, that's fine. This is not running because... Whoa. Because this warehouse full of meat is not big enough. Okay. Grand. I didn't even think about that when I was designing this, that these might need excess, might need more storage. That's fine. Let's head down there. Yeah, because I'm nearby. We can fix this. How are we doing on blood? Yeah, we got some. So hopefully there's space here for... Yes, there's space. I grab orange inserters. Clean that out. All right, there we go. And then this will be able to quickly move stacks from here to here when it needs to. And I'm going to do the same thing with each of these. We're going to add the extra space. It shouldn't be as big of a problem with brains, because you don't generate as many brains as you do meat, but just the same. There we go. And also down here for guts. Oh, apparently a bunch of these weren't ever properly built. Who'da thunk? And I guess I should do the same thing here for lard and for bones. All right. And then... yeah, I should probably do the same for everything, huh? Let's do it for skin here. And also for bones. Oh, and this needs to actually come down and hook up to this system so that it eventually ends up in here. Yep, okay. This should be able to handle, well, twice as much meat, which I think will be enough. This should start spoiling soon. So hopefully, that's enough to keep the system running. The Decalin build is Decalining. Oh, it's not actually hooked up. Oops. I missed a pipe. I'll have to go fix that. But let's get silver going. Let's get the parts we need for some rails. And then we'll figure out I think the next build is just the artificial blood build, but it's fine to let the Decalin sit and accumulate while I wait to set that up. Where am I? Where am I going? This way. What am I going to need here? Oh, right. I wanted to grab stuff for trains. That was the whole thought process here. What do you need? A little bit more titanium. All right. Well, that's 3 more trains. If I grab some Duralumin, I could probably do a few more. All right. 5 more trains. That'll help the system a little bit. Let's see. So coming off of this, one of these belts brings down plates, iron plates. And we want it to... comes through here. Comes through here. All right, and just gets merged right here. Perfect. So at this spot, I just want to add a split. Output silver. And we'll just drop a shed. There we go. So now, up here, when I adjust this, it should just have, I should be able to have, because we're still going to have iron oxide that needs to be dealt with from the first ash separation step. So even though I'm going to get rid of all the rest of these ores by changing this to silver, and that's actually the one that I need. Good job, Brandon. All of this comes off. All of this goes away. And then we've got iron plates coming up one side and silver plates coming up the other. And that just comes right on through. There you go. Cool. So that should do what I needed to do now. And it'll also keep the bots from making a bunch of stupid trips up here to clean out those chests. So that's exciting. Oh god, the bots... I'm in the bot zone and they're trying to bring stuff to me. And they are not happy about it. RIP bots. Well, unfortunately for them, I don't care about their well-being. Let's go drop off these trains at the depot. Let's see. How are we doing here? This is missing a delivery of... Oh, copper ore. Yeah, that's going to be bad. All right. So yeah, this system is definitely sad. And Cybersyn. All right. Once they're fueled, that should help a little bit with the overall load on the base. Maybe. Okay, I had a pipe missing in the Decalin build. Yeah, so that's going to be totally backed up right now. And then we'll flip over to YAFC and we'll figure out what we need for getting the artificial blood build running. Yeah, okay. I'm still missing the cobalt extract. We'll figure those ones out first. Let's look at our to-do list before we get ahead of ourselves. So we need cyanic acid to make cobalt extract. Where am I going? Over here. And I think I decided I wanted to put cobalt extract on rails as its own thing. I don't remember why I decided that, but apparently does have enough... Yeah, the cobalt fluoride is only used in a couple of things, and not for a long time. So I decided it made sense to make this on site for the artificial blood. Same with the blue tech. It's just not used in that much and not for a while. Yeah, genetics stage 5 is pretty far down there. So the Flutech and the cobalt fluoride, it made sense to make on site, I think is what I decided. But then for making the cobalt fluoride, we need the cobalt extract. And I, for some reason, decided this had enough going on that I wanted to make it. Yeah, because it's used for terephthalonyl chloride. Kevlar. Cool. And it looks like pyridine, which has also got to be... Okay, that's blue science. So... and eventually cobalt sulfate, which is also blue science. But it's used in a lot more stuff more sooner. Yeah, nickel silicon from cobalt extract. Molten stainless steel. Okay, so yeah. So this is why I decided that it was worth doing cobalt extract on site. So let's flip over to YAFC and let's theory craft that real quick. So if we're making cobalt extract, ooh, good, more tailings. I need more tailings anyway. So this needs the cyanic acid, so that's why I wanted to get cyanic acid on rails. And then it needs these mixed ores. And we don't necessarily care about ratios. We care about, you know, if we bring in a belt of copper ore, a belt of nickel ore, that is a lot, but it's not absurd. So that's 5 ball mills and 3 flotation cells. We don't have nickel ore on rails yet, so we'll need to set up a nickel mine. Which shouldn't be too hard to do either. Okay, so we're gonna need to set up nickel mining. We're gonna need to I think the mixed ores otherwise is going to be easy. I don't think mixed ores is used for anything except cobalt extract. It's not. So yeah, this is just going to have a couple of input stations. And like, yeah, each of these is going to be using a lot of we clear that. What if we just like set this to like 4? Or even set this to 2. Ugh. What a horrible ratio. 3 3/4 to 2. Who came up with this? 15 to 8. That is atrocious. I hate it. Regardless. Okay, 4 to 2. That's what we're going to build. We're going to build this. And then I'll figure out how I want to do the train stations. Yeah, pressurized air on site. That's fine. Yeah, we're going to have to figure out how we want to do these train stations, because this is a lot of copper and a lot of nickel coming in. And, like, that's fine. Can I please find my game? And, like, here, I've got a whole belt of copper plus everything else that comes through this station. But honestly, it's not the most reliable in the whole wide world, and it might make more sense to do multiple stations, which would mean that we would end up with like 6 whole stations for just a few buildings, which is a ridiculous ratio, and I hate it. But it is what it is. The other thing I want to do, though, is grab enough... Here, we need to set up the nickel mining. So let's do that. Like 24 of those. We definitely don't actually need like 24 of them if it's a major hassle to, let's see, have those trains that I set up started running yet? Oh, no, they haven't, because I forgot to hit play. Oh, those are chain signals all the way through. I guess there's not an easy way to avoid that the way this is built, is there? The way stackers like this work. This is going to become a bottleneck sooner or later. I think it was only a bottleneck now because I had, 5 of them that were dispatching all at once. But something to keep in mind for the future. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna need those fluid mining drills, and to actually make the mixed ores, we need 4 ball mills, and 2 flotation cells. I don't know if I'm building flotation cells yet, so when we get up to base, we will have to take a look at those. This highway is not as nice as I hoped it would be. Partly because I need to lay down where all the, where it needs landfill. But also just because the way the game handles... Whee! There we go. The way the game handles you going fast over buildings when the flight kicks in is just by its very nature jerky. And there's not much to be done about that. Okay. Oh, we do have flotation cells. What we don't have is fluid mining drill Mark IIs. Apparently those were never actually being made, and I just had some in storage. So, yeah. Logistics storage, small parts, none. As is always the issue. Yeah, we can make one of those. Cool. So maybe we're not going to do the nickel right away. Maybe we need to let the base figure itself out first. And then we can get caught up on the actual nickel mining that we need as an input. And just let this run while I do the rest of the builds? Question mark? So in that case, let's see what other buildings we need. So we're going to make artificial blood. We'll make that. Wait, we have blood already. That's just an input. So, like, this is the maximum scale that we can build at, although I think we build it at this scale. It won't run at this scale because the Decalin input is wrong. But yeah, here we go. These are our inputs. Nice and simple. And it's just a few buildings. So yeah, I need, what does this say? Shopping list. 3 biofactories, 2 chemical plants, and a centrifuge. All right. And once the bots bring me those, I think, really, it's just the fluid mining drills for getting nickel ore into the system. And that's just, not gonna happen right away. Because, yeah, small parts are still problematic. Something turned on that used all my iron. Probably something that I took too many of at one point. But... Alright, Twitch is telling me that it's going to start running an ad in just a minute or two. As always, I do try to run as few ads as possible to keep pre-roll ads turned off. But I will take a quick break while the hourly ads run. And that way, nobody misses anything while ads are happening. I could stretch my legs, get a little bit of water, and I recommend everyone else hydrate as well. That'll also give the bots some time to bring me some of my stuff. That is a lot of small parts that we're handcrafting. Let's not do that. And then when we get back, we can go get these last couple of builds done, and then we will have artificial blood, and we can move on to the remaining bits and pieces for korlex. See everybody in just a few. Okay, welcome back. Thanks for hanging around through the break, folks. It is appreciated, always. We've got our buildings here. We're not going to get these fluid mining drills anytime soon. The base is in sad shape. So until it catches up on small parts, we're just kind of stuck here. It's trying to get the parts that this needs. Yeah. What I can do is I can set this so that it can make more of them. Because we will need lots of these. I'm surprised I wasn't making them already. And that should make it easier. And as far as where I'm gonna do the actual mine, there's a big one up here. Yeah, I could maybe do the nickel ore mine right here. There's room here for a couple of stations, so that would be the drop-off for the mining fluid and the pickup for the ore. What is on this line? Yeah, this is low volume. This is just making sand castings. So it would be pretty straightforward to set up nickel right here. Or I guess I could also do it down here. I've got infrastructure down here already. As far as the two things that we need to make, we need to do... Let's flip back to YAPC real quick, just to remind everyone where we were before the break. We've got this cobalt extract build to do, and this is what needs the nickel ore. Oh, and I still have to do a cyanic acid build. That's, that is an important one. So let's make sure that we have everything that we need for that. So, basically this. I don't think I'm making that much urea, though, if I wanted to make 100 of this a second. That's a lot of cyanic acid. How much am I making on rails? At present, yeah, 1/10 of that. Okay. I could ramp this up. I don't know how much manure that would need. The other options for making cyanic acid, I mean, that's pretty much it, right? It's... the only other option would be to do purely from... I don't remember. I looked into this. Okay, this does use less urea to do the ammonia and then coal into cyanic acid. Using this ammonia-only recipe instead of urea decomposition. Okay. And then this brings in... That's a lot of coal. And that is a lot of methane and still a lot of urea. We bring this down to doing just a belt of coal as an input. Well, it's still 4 buildings of each. Okay. Belt of coal, fine. And then methane, we would want to make probably on site from... Oh, we can do Moondrop with fertilizer. We're making fertilizer now. Does this get down to a reasonable number of Moondrops? It absolutely does. Okay. And then Moondrops. Moondrops. Okay. So that's 13 Moondrop thingies and a few chemical plants and quenching towers. Cool. This is a mostly reasonable build. Soil as an input is easy. Water is easy. And then this makes 2 outputs, brings in a few inputs. Yeah, a belt of urea and a belt of coal. That's a fine scale to build this for. We're never going to use, well, the scale that the cobalt extract is built for would also use that, but we're not going to use that much cobalt extract. And then this can only actually run at full speed because of the decalin. So, like, this will never actually run at full speed. At least not until we ramp things up, and we'll have more inputs then as well as more outputs. So, I think this is fine to build for this scale. And then hydrogen, yeah, we'll split off hydrogen to... We'll split off hydrogen to the Moondrops first, and then to wherever else. Right? That's the... Yeah, that's the better recipe. Hydrogen and soil. Because I haven't made Moondrop Mark IIs yet, so like if I had Mark IIs, I wouldn't necessarily need the recipe that uses hydrogen and soil, but I don't want to have too many buildings here. So let's grab what we need in our shopping list for that, and then we can get ourselves moving. So, Moondrop greenhouses, 13. Moondrops themselves, need 208. I don't know how many of those we actually have in storage. Apparently, we have 800 Moondrops in logistics storage? Why? What did I do? 4 quenching towers. These should already be being made. 4 chemical plants. Oh, already there, so we just need to push that up to 6. A botanical nursery. And a soil extractor and an offshore pump. Pumps are always part of my baseline equipment. And then the artificial blood. Yeah, 3 of those, 2 of those. That is good. And then the cobalt extract. 2 of those, 4 of those. Oh, and I need pressure pumps. Okay, there we go. So we've just got a few buildings, which are all en route, which is fantastic. Yeah. Oh, I can go a little bit closer to where everything is in storage and help the bots out a little bit there. I think we're probably still... Yeah, small parts are still very much our limiting factor for things. The bots are bringing small parts up here almost as fast as they can be manufactured. Yeah, this army of bots feeding the bot mall up there. Alright. We need a few more moondrops. We need the 1 soil extract. Oh, that's here. And are we going to get our few more moondrops? I might just grab these on the way if I don't see bots with moondrops in their hands very shortly. And I don't see bots with moondrops in their hands. Yep, okay. I'll grab them on the way. Because I know where my moondrops are. There we go. Alright, so we've got our cyanic acid build to do, and then the cobalt extract build, and then the artificial blood build. So that's like 3 things in order. I guess I'm going to start with the cyanic acid build. How's copper running, by the way? See how we're doing here. It's running. What did I just do? There we go. Okay, so copper has buffered. It's just still, like, catching itself up to the rest of the system. Molten copper is still not quite backed up. Alright. Yep, it's gonna take a little while. That's fine. Yeah, apparently copper was really, really screwed up for a while there. What else is currently running? This is bringing lots of stone here, which is interesting. Usually means that, that means that there's no demand for stone elsewhere in the base, which is kind of surprising to me because my stone demand has been so ridiculous for so long. But I guess that's fine. Yeah, this is still buffering gravel. Like, this will run forever, unfortunately, when there's no other demand. Like, we're still going to be mining stone and slowly turning it into landfill. Which is fine. But that's, like, where it ends up. I didn't check... Ooh. I think we'll be okay. I was thinking I didn't check our, if I had everything I needed for rail stations when I was up there, but we will figure it out. Let's find solid drop-off. This one is going to get upgraded to a... Where is it? Pause it. All right, so we've got 2 full belts. All right, one of these is going to be a full belt of urea. Going out this way. That goes into 4 chemical plants. Oh, shoot. I'm short a chemical plant. I didn't realize that. And of course I can't make it. All right, well. Making ammonia. Yep, that's just straight up. Beautiful. And then over here, we're going to have the coal coming in. And we're going to have... All right, we have 4 quenching towers. Which, of course, are a different size. So before we hook them up, let's just get this set up here, and then we'll figure out the quenching tower positioning. I think I'm actually gonna... Well, no. And then we're going to have 2 outputs, and they're going to be down here, is the issue. Which is why I was thinking maybe I want to move the... Your cheesecake is ready. I want a cheesecake. I haven't had cheesecake in a while. Okay. I'm just trying to think how I want to do this. I think actually... if I do that, take this whole thing... Oh, that is excellent. It's always great when you can, like, actually make the time to do something you've been looking forward to. Okay. So now if I take this, this goes down here into quenching towers, which do this. Cyanic acid from, yeah, the ammonia, and this is better. I don't know if it's perfect, but it's better. We can go way down here with it. All right. And then, oh, I didn't deal with the hydrogen output on this at all, did I? Okay, there we go. Hydrogen will come out to one of these machines, and the cyanic acid will go down to the next output. The hydrogen output is a secondary or a side product, so that'll be a high priority. Although I think all of my hydrogen outputs are all side products, so they're all high priority. But it is the principle of ensuring that the system is built consistently, so that if I ever do have something that is primarily a hydrogen producer, it will not be prioritized over clearing byproducts. So I got to do it right, even though it's a little silly sometimes. All right, that'll be hydrogen out. And then the other one is going to be the cyanic acid out and the methane in. I'll figure out methane, I don't know, somewhere around here. I'll have some space to drop down all of the moon, whatever they're called, moon drops. And then this output here. And we'll bring the coal down as an input. Eight of those. Cool. And then lastly from this, how much fertilizer? It's just one fertilizer a second. Okay, that's literally one. Well, I'll do two just so we have a little extra, but there we go. These will be fertilizer for the moon drops. All right, and then we're going to request coal. We're going to request the urea. We're going to request fertilizer. And then here, I need to bring the cyanic acid out. All right, so this will be cyanic acid. This will be hydrogen byproduct. This will be all the inputs, which apparently are all solid, which is funky. And then that is all connected. So now I just need to build the Moondrop methane build. All right. So let's do this up here. These guys are going to do moondrops. Oh! Literally the recipe that's being researched right now. Okay. That's... Well, it's not great because I don't know what the pipes are going to look like. One second. I can usually do this. I want to make moondrops. Don't care how many. We produce them using this recipe. And if I right-click, I can put into cursor. There we go. Okay, so they don't have pass-through on either the hydrogen or the water. That is unfortunate. Oh, right, I forgot. I needed to set up hydrogen as an overflow. That's fine. I can do that right here. Perfect. So yeah, that'll be hydrogen there, and then water there. All right, that's 8 of those, and I should have 5 of them left in my inventory. Yes. And their input is seeds, soil... Wait, I thought and fertilizer. Did I pick the wrong recipe here? That uses a bunch more stuff. Why don't I see the recipe that Yafsi found? I'm losing my mind. Yafsi found... Oh, because this is a moondrop recipe. This isn't... I'm an idiot. I don't want to be making moondrops. I want to be making... No, I do want to be making moondrops. And that one is just the soil and the fertilizer. Okay, which is what this is. Or sorry, just the soil and the seeds. Yeah. Okay. And the fertilizer is for the methane production. All right. That's fine. I figured myself out now. Okay, so we're going to have, at the end here, we're going to have like a soil extractor. There. Let's even do it right where it matches the layout. Because why not? All right, there is that. That's going to be... Right, there's two different spans. Okay, so we've got soil, and each of these needs their moondrop modules. Still only one inserter. All right, that'll be soil. These guys are gonna output moondrops from the other side. Yeah, 0.1 a second, not that many. Okay. And then if we have our greenhouse, like right here, for the seeds, this is going to output moondrop seeds here. Moondrop seeds, which will end up on the opposite side from the soil. That's fine. All right, output priority left, input priority left. Let's move this thing like over here. Input-wise, there. We're gonna have this guy, and then we're gonna have, yeah, this guy, because the seed extraction isn't perfect, like that. And that should prefer to bring through, yeah, it'll prefer to use the moondrops that come from here, and then top off with ones from this system. Cool. We're just waiting for this recipe because I didn't realize I hadn't researched it yet. And yes, I see that this doesn't connect through at every point, and I need these extra ones. Makes me sad, but such is life. All right. So this will be the moondrops out of this side, coming on down here. Along with the fertilizer. Yeah, the fertilizer and the moondrop seeds need to just kind of like join onto one belt together. And that is far from the most efficient way to do it, but I'm not too worried about it. And then we're going to have 5 moondrop greenhouses here, making methane, which is also a recipe that we haven't unlocked yet. Here, we just have to find the right one from Moondrops. Fertilizer. Yeah, this is the one. Put into cursor. All right, we want methane down. This needed to be one lower. Also, am I an idiot and I'm pulling out the wrong thing? Yes, I absolutely am an idiot and I'm pulling out the wrong thing. We don't want this here. We want... We want the Moondrop seeds here. Which means that this is also not quite right. Yeah, it's not the Moondrops that make methane, it's the Moondrop seeds. So I'm an idiot, and what I think we want to do... actually, we can leave that. Let's just do one of these. If I do this here... Yeah, it's been a while since we did one of these things. Let's do that. All right, that'll be methane. And I do need to go to base and collect a bunch of underground pipes and some other things to finish this build and to be able to work on the next ones. But we have time to kill until... oh, these are negatives. Oops, these should be requests, not provides. There we go. This one will be a provides, yeah, and then we need to take the... Yeah, the hydrogen needs to be routed from here up into this system as an input for these guys. So that can come right down here. Okay. I think that's all right-ish. Yeah, I need a bunch of underground pipes. I don't really want to handcraft all that. So I think, yeah, while we're waiting for this research to finish, we may as well go grab underground pipes, grab whatever else we might need to work on the next little sub-factory. And meanwhile, like, this is just going to keep on running. Yeah, there's already almost enough in here for a first train load, which is fantastic. Because we're going to need it. All right, and once we get... This is the cyanic acid build. It really is just the cobalt extract and then artificial blood builds. So we are dangerously close to artificial blood. As far as the, like, korlex themselves go, I'm absolutely hand-feeding the initial bootstrap of them. And I haven't even looked into what I need as far as, like, being able to build a, like, korlex producing, like, farm and, like, what their inputs are to have them reproducing. Or what their inputs are to be making, like, the milk. And the milk is the main product that we need from the korlex for science, is korlex milk. Oh, stop. Don't bring me all these things. I don't need them. I really don't. I really don't need you to bring me all of those things again. I do need an extra chemical plant. Cool. And then a bunch of underground pipes. Where's underground pipes? There we go. Probably some above ground pipes too. And... Uh-oh. Train is stuck. Where train stuck? Here train stuck. Train stuck. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. That train is going to be there for a while if we're... Yeah, we're full on aromatics. So, yeah. Good luck, train. It's not going to be until, well, eventually we'll get another aromatics load over to the Decalin build, right? And, that will help. Okay, do we have... I mean, we need a few more fluid mining drills for the... what is it, nickel that I haven't made yet? But that's fine. Yeah, we'll end up building the... I think 20 of these is plenty to get started for nickel mining. I don't think we desperately need a full belt of nickel coming through. We're building everything at a little bit bigger of a scale than we actually need. And of course, because it's a rail base, there's buffers everywhere. So that's really the goal with a lot of building this stuff at scale, is it can transform its input buffer into its output buffer quickly when there's demand, but we don't necessarily expect it to run at full speed all the time. All right, so this is all, yeah, we're backed up on ammonia now. This won't run until it has methane, and methane can't run until it has, well, the recipe. So I think this build is as done as it's going to get for now. So let's go ahead and do the cobalt extract build, I guess. I'm going to call this done, at least for now, until it... Well, no, I missed some power. I was going to say, until it actually turns on, I can't really tell... sorry, lost my train of thought there. Can't really tell if it's all actually plumbed up correctly until it turns itself on. Oh, I need water as an input. Maybe let's do water before I move on. That's easy enough to get hooked up. Alright. Yeah, all of these have water. They will have soil soon. Soil's on. So yeah, these guys are just waiting on their recipe. Wait a second. I need these moondrop seeds. I just realized something about starting this loop. These need hydrogen to run, and we don't get hydrogen until these run. So actually, I'm going to put these back in the output. What I'm going to go do is I'm going to grab like a stack of moondrops and let it turn all of them into seeds. And that will help the whole system bootstrap itself. It'll be able to... It'll saturate the seed buffers in all of the moondrop machines and let... Yeah, I want to saturate the seed buffers in the moondrop machines and also in the methane machines so that the methane machines can turn on, get hydrogen running into the system, that'll turn on the moondrop machines, and then it should be self-sustaining. I hope that made sense. Moondrops are up here? Yeah. All right. That should get the moondrops running. And of course, they won't actually be running until this is done. Which does seem like it's running a little slowly. I thought my science per minute should have been a little more than that. Are we going to get sidetracked looking at science? Absolutely. What's our limiting science? As always, it's Pi Science 1. Yep, only one of them's running. We're not making enough... Oh, it's this. Oh, I built this and I never hooked it up. Am I really that stupid? Please don't answer that question. Cool. Well, let's turn around and go back up top, and let's get that hooked up, making more hydroxide up there. Because that is just clearly an issue. I don't know well enough to answer. That's a good answer. I'll accept that answer. Oh, it's not about being stupid. It's about something is always breaking in the base, and it's easy to get distracted, and if I don't take notes, sometimes I forget about things halfway through a project. In this case, we need Another one of these. All right. Now the question is, how do I hook this up? Okay. Oh, that wasn't so bad. That could have been so much worse. And then these guys just need to be on a single. Sure, whatever. And we need water in. Ooh, these are coming out on the other side. That's no good. Ooh, I don't know if I rely on the other side of this belt being empty. So let's just do that. Okay. That should be significantly more sodium hydroxide. It may or may not break something else, but that'll help basic substrate significantly there. Okay. Copper, good. And it does look like copper is pretty saturated through. It's not like pulsing anymore. So this will be... Yeah, this is actually filling up now. This should actually request the whole warehouse full. I think so. Yeah, let's just request the whole thing. That way, the next time it breaks, it'll be off for even longer before I realize that it's broken. Okay, I've got my stack of moondrops. I fixed that up there. I don't need basic substrate in my inventory. So I think we've got pretty much everything to actually finish this project now. And science should even run a little bit faster. Because I think it should be running at like 8 SPM is the theoretical limit. And that limit is imposed by Logisci. So ideally, PyScience 1 would be running fast enough that we would never even notice. It shouldn't be limited by PyScience 1. We should always be limited by Logisci. Did I fuck up? I did. I screwed up so badly. When I replaced this, I didn't reconnect the circuit signal, so the system is... a little special right now. Yeah, and this is going to try to empty a whole belt of... Alright. That will hopefully make this thing a little less unhappy. As long as it can buffer itself properly, it'll burn through. I mean, whatever, I can drop these things off. And then I wanted to drop in all of these moon drops here. And this should, again, these should all basically saturate themselves. At least that's the hope. Or at least have a couple of crafts worth of moon drops in their buffer. And then these will get a few as well. Yeah. Cool. And this is waiting to... Oh, no. There's another entire load of... Shoot. Yep, mistakes were made here. Can I fit a warehouse, like, right... Yes. Oh, except not really. All right, well... I'm gonna have to deal with that later. I am not gonna think about it. I've unblocked the trains, and that is what matters. Okay, so the thing that we're making next is this nickel mine, which is not on the to-do list, but I'm here. I have the miners for it. Let's just do it. Yeah, we may as well just do it here. This is a reasonable spot, or as reasonable as any spot. If I build up here... That is going to be really close to wanting to build stuff on this titanium rock. If I go down, the rails are going to be right over the deposit. Maybe this is a bad spot, then. It would have been fine if I had built it here, but, like, I built all my moondrops in the way here, so... We're not doing a... Oh, I guess I could do the rails here, up. No, we can't. That was stupid. I don't know why I thought that would work. Okay. Maybe we don't use this nickel. Maybe I find a different nickel. There was one that I was saying I could use. I actually could use this one, and we've got spots right here. What's here right now? Yeah, just a couple of these. Because this will all be low volume. Oh, I don't actually have spots there, though. Never mind, that was a lie. Is that nickel ore? Contemplating... I mean, I guess I could just drop it down here and run the belts and the pipes across there. That's fine. Oh, and apparently it has been another hour, and Twitch is informing me that it is just about at o'clock. I do try to run only one ad break an hour. I have to run some amount of ads. It's just part of being an affiliate. But I run the smallest number per hour I can to keep pre-rolls turned off. So I appreciate everyone being patient during the ad break. I will step away for a couple of minutes and take the opportunity to top up my water, stretch my legs, while the ads are running, so that way no one has to miss anything. And when we come back, we will get our last couple pieces of the puzzle for artificial blood built up. And one more thing. All right. I will return in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back. Thanks for sticking around through the ads. I know they're no fun. Well, maybe they're fun. I don't know. Maybe you get fun ads. I don't get fun ads. Okay. Let's get this thing set up. And of course it doesn't quite reach. I still don't know how I ever played Factorio before mirroring was added. Of course, doesn't quite reach. And then these need syngas, which will be the request down here. Okay. That'll be that part, and then this belt can just come right across here. Right across this uranium patch that hopefully I won't ever need, because now there's other stuff in the way of it. But I think I have like half a dozen uranium patches that I've found at this point, easily, so I'm not too concerned. Alright, that'll be nickel ore, so that's one of our other inputs. Our last input for the cobalt extract build, I believe. This system is, yeah, these all have at least a couple of seeds in them, which is exactly what I wanted to see. So once this recipe turns on, oh, look at that. Our science is going so fast now. That's just temporary. Eventually, I mean, we have a pretty big buffer of green science, but it will run out eventually, and the it'll run out eventually, and then we'll end up with more. We'll be limited by the green science build once this buffer drains, which will take a little while, but not a huge amount of time. Okay, so we need cobalt extract going. That has 2 input stations and 3 output stations, so it does need a full, sort of too long segment. Right here. Why not? The rail infrastructure and the stop size for so many of these builds is just so much bigger than the builds themselves, which is fine, because I can scale them up in the future if I need to. Right. Am I out of rails? Oh my god, I'm out of rails. I didn't even realize that I was getting that close to being out of rails. Okay. Well, back up top we go again. While I'm going up, I guess I can flip you guys back over to YAFC so you can see what I was seeing. So our inputs to this are going to be a solid station that'll bring in all of the ores, a fluid station that brings in the cyanic acid, and then our outputs are going to be a fluid station for the tailings, a fluid station for the stone byproduct, and a fluid station for the tailings, a solid station for the stone byproduct, and a solid station for the actual whatever it's called, cobalt extract. Yeah, look at that guy doing laps, keeping these guys fed. That's what I like to see. So really, we have most of our normal inventory stuff. We just need rails. Why are bots turned off? Usually I keep bots turned on. There we go. What else might I want to grab while I'm here? I have plenty of... plenty of a lot of things. Yeah, plenty of stations. The bots are bringing me signals. That's fine. And otherwise, I've got a bunch of landfill. I've got rails now. I need nothing. I think we're good to go. Let me double check before I convince myself of that fully. Yeah, the nickel ore is starting to roll through. These are all running. So this will be, ready to provide it as soon as the cobalt extract build is actually built. No fuel. Oh. Interesting. That's a bug. And a funny one at that. So this is disabled because... B is off because we have enough of the... Oh, no, that's fine. That's not a bug at all. This will be fine. When this turns back on and it's ready to receive native flora, this will also fuel it with native flora. It's not a bug. It's working, well, not as intended. I didn't fully intend for it to stop fueling, but it is working. Train is stuck here. Oh, okay, this is just ash. That's fine. Ash always causes the train stuck warning to pop up because it just takes so long to load and unload. Because it stacks to 1,000. We definitely still could use more trains, but I still can't really afford to make them, so we're gonna keep stalling on that front. I mean, I added 5 earlier today. Apparently that is not enough. Okay, so for the mixed ores, we're gonna have a big ol' input station. And we're going to remember when we swap this out for a deposit that we also need to reconnect this belt. And then we're going to set up our requests for nickel ore, and copper ore. And rare earth ore. And then our outputs, we're going to have basically a belt of each coming through here and here. And then the... don't love that. Let's do it like here. And... oops. Here. Whoops, no, not there. Here. Because then when I do, like, these guys for... here, there we go, that'll be the rare earths. And then, there. Alrighty. So then, all three of them get fed into a ball mill, and this is gonna be like such an awful build. So doing mixtors here, we're gonna bring in one of our double belts here. We're gonna bring in the other double belt here. This belt actually goes outside. There we go. Because we have like 2 of these in here. And then like 2 of these guys here. And then again, yeah, 3.2 is like 2 of these. And then output of 2 plus change, so again, like 2. That is a ridiculous build. And then our output comes through here. And the stone needs to be routed off to a solid pickup here. And how much stone is that? A whole 0.75 a second. Okay. 2 of those. And... oh, trains can't get where they need to go. Is that because this track wasn't built all the way? Hopefully. Yep, there we go. Now the trains are dispatching. And then we have 2 flotation cells. Doing the cobalt extract. Yeah, we'll do that. Each of these brings in 2 inserters worth. We're going to have the tailings byproduct. That needs to be brought out. We're going to have to bring in the cyanic acid as well as pressurized Pressurized air is on site from 2 pressure pumps. Let's do them like here. Okay. Oh, hey, this system is actually turning itself on. Cool. I'm impressed. Somehow I was expecting breakages. Let's get a fluid drop off right here. And a fluid pickup right above it. Fluid drop-off is going to request the cyanic acid. That'll come in kind of right through here. Let's see. How do I best want to do that? Yeah, let's do it from this side. Can't see what I'm doing. That'll be the cyanic acid coming out of the system. A train has unexpectedly returned to the depot before completing its what? Who has stuff? Oh, nope, and now it's gone. Okay. Maybe it just decided it needed to fuel up? And then this provider station needs to have all right. That's requesting the cyanic acid, which we probably aren't making enough of yet. Do I remember where the cyanic acid build is? It's up here, isn't it? Nope. I don't know. Yeah, there it is. Oh, this hasn't... Oh, we still don't have... Of course. We still don't have the moondrops. Now we have the moondrops. So yeah, these guys are all going to need hydrogen before they'll turn on. And that's fine. And then I think... Yeah, as these guys run, this will turn on. Which will give a puff of hydrogen. Apparently not enough. I think it'll still... Yeah, there we go. One of them turned on. Yeah, as these turn on, we'll get seeds rolling through again, and I think that should be enough to get this system to start. I don't think I need to feed it any more moondrops manually. All right. So this is waiting for cyanic acid before it can turn on then, basically. And then... Oh, I need to actually deal with the output here, don't I? Because we're certainly not actually dealing with the output here. We've got a pipe for the tailings, but I don't have a pickup station set up for the actual product. So let's see if I can find a way to do that reasonably in this build. I think the way to do that reasonably in this build is to do that. And then each of these outputs, yeah, 0.75 a second, which is just a couple of these. That comes right up here. Okay, that should work. I'm out of blue inserters, so this station's not built right. So I'll have to go back up to base and grab more blues. But before I do that, let's just do... Do we want to just do the artificial blood build? I think we do. And then we can go grab... Well, no, we're going to need blue inserters for that build, too. So let's just go up to base and grab what we need. Not a big deal. How are we doing here? Guts are still gutsing. Alright. Things are running. Oh, how is this doing with the extra warehouse for the meat? Has it stalled again yet? Not yet. Okay, yep. Stuff is starting to... spoil and come through the loop. Cool. So it looks like 2 of these is just enough capacity. What am I getting? Blue inserters. And what else might I need? I don't know. I think whatever I guess at needing, I'm gonna end up missing some stuff. I have a bunch of rail. I have a bunch of landfill. I have inserters, I have belts. I could use a few more gray inserters, I guess. Grab another stack of them. Plenty of blues now. Let's grab the oranges just so I have them. Have a full stack. All right. Let the bots deliver a bunch of belts to me and clear out a little bit of my dump slots while we're at it. And I think... yeah, I'm gonna wander off now. Oh, how's the chest of silver doing? Oh, we've got almost 200. Cool. And that's enough to make like 20 korlex. So... that is not bad at all. How is this system doing? Okay, it's kind of getting itself started still. Yeah, there's a little bit of hydrogen in the loop. All right, yeah, these guys are just still getting themselves running. Oh, okay, and seeds are just now starting to loop back around to these. So it's running slowly is the answer, but it is running. And there should be a little bit of... oh no, that's the hydrogen output. This is the cyanic output. 12,000. Okay. So there will be enough for a delivery to the cobalt extract pretty soon. And then I need a spot for the artificial blood build, and I don't really care where it is. I'm just going to throw it down there, because that's where I've been building everything recently. I don't think it really matters. It kind of matters for some things where throughput is important, because my trains aren't super fast, and one-by-one trains are bad idea. But for most of these things that are fairly low volume, where it's gonna, you know, pull through one train of stuff every who knows how often, it doesn't really matter. Okay. And what are our inputs and outputs? We only need... we need 3 stations in total for artificial blood. Okay. So we will do 2 segments. All right, so our first stop is a solid drop-off. And our requests here are going to be the cobalt extract. A load of that. And rare earth oxides, which I made a long time ago. Both of those. Okay. So I'll just do, I mean, our volumes are not this high. I shouldn't use blue inserters here, but I have them, so I'm going to. One of these will be rare earth oxides, and the other half will be the cobalt extract. And then we have 2 chemical plants that are going to make the cobalt fluoride. Okay, the fluids come in the bottom. And the output of that is going to be the cobalt fluoride. Okay. I'm going to put this here. Not totally sure that I believe that that's correct, but it's what we're going to do. These have 0.7 items in. Just use a yellow. And we're going to have an out, which will have to be red. All right. That's fine. And then this there and there. The inputs are going to come from our fluid drop-off. This one, which needs to be reconfigured as a multi-fluid station. Really should template this. Like, I could set up with the 2.0 blueprints using parameters like a 2-fluid station, a 3-fluid station that takes in, you know, the A's and B's and sets up the filters and everything. And I really should do that, but I haven't. Acid gas. Hot air. Tank full of each of those. There we go. Then the hot air as well. All right. Woohoo! Rare earth oxides. Okay. One of our 4 input ingredients for the cobalt fluoride. Now. Oh, we need another station here. Cool. This will be decalin in. And there we go. The decalin, along with the cobalt fluoride, goes into 2 biofactories to make the Flutec PP6. I'm actually going to change this. We're gonna do output inserters there and there instead. There we go. And then 2 biofactories. Well, 1.5, but do the Flutec. And that means this decalin comes up to like here. Each of these, yeah, it's like half per second. That's fine. Bop, bop. And then that'll be the Flutech out. Our last fluid input here. Apparently we have 1 million of them for this. It is nice that they're all fluids because the fluid station scales so much better than the other stations do. Is blood. All right, and that's 1 centrifuge and 1 biofactory. Okay, so we're going to have a centrifuge off of the blood. And then that is directly going to feed our last biofactory. Which takes in the Flutech from the top. This 1 per second. There. And that just means we need these hooked up. And that will be artificial blood output right there into a fluid pickup station. Except we want a pump. Okay. So besides this needing a bunch more of its things to be delivered, it is built. The question is, will it work? Well. Ooh, and this is going to make... What's the spoil time? 10 minutes. Okay. What does it spoil into? What's trash? Urea. Okay. I need to take care of handling spoilage, and I need to disable this when, like, this is above a threshold. So let's do those both. Enable when artificial blood is less than 200,000. And that'll just turn this off with still a little bit of space for this to, like, drain itself. But I do still want to handle potentially having spoilage in this, so we're going to do a solid pickup right there. And that will be here. Actually, I don't think I need to do any filtering at all, right? The only time a solid will be in the output slot is if it's spoilage. Declan. All right, we're just waiting for hot air. Where's my hot air? Well, we're waiting for other things too. This still needs cobalt, whatever, which we're presumably still trying to make up here very slowly. Yes. And this is going to have to, like, fully buffer 2 rows of this before it'll get a train load down to here. That's just the way this works. That's fine, though. Okay. This needs to be flagged as high priority because it is a decay product, and we don't want it to back up. Try again. High priority. Okay. So if this decays, and it decays into urea, eventually that decay ends up in here, and eventually there will be enough that when something needs the urea, it'll be pulled from there instead of from our main urea production. And that is fine. Oh, apparently we need fluid trains, because this is saying there's nothing that can deliver here for cyanic acid. Among other things. What's going on up here that we need? Yeah, fluid trains for gasoline and whatever. Oh, flue gas to make acid gas? Okay. Sure. So yeah, we need some more fluid trains. That doesn't surprise me. I just added a bunch of fluid steps. So it'll take a little while for this system to kind of get itself figured out. But while we're waiting, we have... Oh, yep, there we go. I was going to say, we have a bunch of inserters we can drop off up here. And this will... Yeah. Alright, yeah, this keeps stalling on cyanic acid, which doesn't surprise me. Again, our throughput capabilities are far below what some of these builds are built for, so they're all gonna, like, take turns starving each other for resources and until things kind of settle. It's really hard to build these things at small scale on a rail base. So that's just going to be the world that we live in for a little while, as the system figures itself out. Over here... Yeah, there's another coal train coming in, but I think there's space for it. Playing with a 25x science multiplier? Oof. Yeah, you have to build big. I think that would be one of the nice things about a science multiplier in Pi, is that sometimes it's really hard to build as small as you need to. Especially when you have new things that are coming in for a new science pack, you don't need a lot of it. So the science multiplier, I think, would help with some of that situation. Alright, but this is... Yeah, time between texts to build without getting ahead of yourself, for sure. Yeah, I'm pretty much caught up on science, right? There's very little that's... Like, I'm researching turret upgrades for animals I haven't even built yet. And that's been the case for pretty much every science pack so far, is I've finished all the science kind of right when I'm getting into the meat of building the next one. So I'm always just a little bit ahead of myself or behind myself, or whichever direction. Alright, so I know why this isn't coming yet, because this is still buffering. But why do I not have hot air? Although I do see 2 trains coming down here, so one of them might be hot air. Oh, a couple of these are actually disabled stations. I didn't know that. Where does hot air feed in? It's one of these up here, I thought. Yeah, hot air. Okay, we do have hot air. There's enough of it. It just hasn't been dispatched yet. Or if it has, the trains are just still working their way down to the station. Well, more blood. Oh, I need to also have a outserter for decay on that machine. I have it on the machine that makes the actual... here, need one. This one does need to be whitelisted, though. There we go. Because, yeah, this is also going to start decaying. Dude, more blood. Jeez. Wait. That's bad. Oh, shoot. Crap. This is fine. I'll fix it. There we go. Fixed. So this'll drain as this system turns on a little more, and then we won't have... All right, you are... Okay, fluid station, so we do need more fluid trains. More fluid trains. I'm just looking at all these alerts. Fluid. Okay, it's all fluid trains. Let's go up to base, and let's hope that the overall situation with the mall is such that I can build a couple more trains. Because that'll get this whole thing running a little more smoothly. And should help to turn on the artificial blood sooner, right? Because some of the things that are not getting trains are parts of the new systems that I've been building up today. So we do want to see if we can get this to run a little more consistently. Alright, what do I need for trains? I need steel, intermetallics, titanium, small parts. Well, that's 2 more trains. Oh, and we're making a bunch of small parts. A little bit of lead. All right. Lead is here. Oh, and duralumin. All right, that's 3 more trains. Which isn't a ton, but it'll help. All right, there we go. So these are all going to need to fuel up before they will actually dispatch, but that will help everything keep running, I hope. So yeah, up here... Where is it? Oh, one more down. I was like, none of this looks like what I built. Yeah, these are still running, and it does burn through the cyanic acid pretty quickly, which is not a surprise. So it might take a couple more loads of cyanic acid before this gets itself going. And then... Yeah, and that appears to currently be stopped because it needs coal. And that worries me. Alright, well, there is a load full of coal available here. But I may need to increase our coal capabilities. This is pretty bare minimum feeding coal into the system, so I might want to take a look at growing that. I mean, it usually gets the job done. Just right now, there's a lot of demand for the coal for the cyanic acid, and then the cyanic acid is being demanded over here. So that just keeps the whole thing running using a lot more coal than it normally would. But I'm generally pretty happy with this. It does seem like it's running. We don't expect both of these to run full time. I think it's like 1.5. What else can I look at? I mean, I think everything else here is pretty much waiting on that. Yeah, we have had some of this start to spoil. And that's fine. Blood is cheap. If we check this system down here, how are we doing on... Yeah, meat has not... Ooh, it's dangerously close to backing up. It really wants to back up. We might need a third warehouse for, like, the meat input to spoilage rate that's been going on here, which is concerning. But maybe not. This might eventually empty itself. Oh, this side needs to be... Oops. There we go. And I need to do that for all of these products that can spoil. 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay, filter this to brains. Brains. Nope, just brain, not plural. Then down here, we want to filter to guts. And then down here, well, it's jerky anyway. And then here, these all need to be filtered to lard. All right, there we go. That should be fine. That should keep these systems running. Oh, these also probably need this filter on this side, don't they? We don't want one of these to accidentally pick up jerky and put it into the train. If a train was at this station and something spoiled over here, like just happened, we don't want one of these to put that in. All right, there we go. But I should probably put a decider combinator into these so that this doesn't ever show itself as a jerky station. Same with this one, but it should always empty fast enough. If a train ever thinks that it can get jerky from these stations, then this whole system is really foobar. Because at that point, it's backed up so far that there's, you know, at least 20 stacks of jerky in one of the other systems. And that would be bad. How's this doing? Oh, it's so slow. It's so slow. What else can we be looking at here? We can check some things off on the to-do list. How's this looking? This is looking pretty full, and that concerns me. We might have to put ash separation on rails. Because right now, I think ash only feeds fertilizer. And that's just not running at the moment. And it's not running because it has no biomass. Okay. And it has no biomass. I mean, presumably because it's all been turned into ash. Is this not set as a low... This is set as a -1 priority. And the fertilizer station is set as a normal priority. Okay, so biomass should always be given to fertilizer before it's given to this. And same with this setup, low priority? Yeah. So yeah, biomass and biocrud should, I say should, be given to this build. But, I mean, this is about to back up anyway, to be clear. But yeah, I think this is our only sink for ash at the moment. So we do need a ash sink. I guess just doing, I mean, I could make it ash to soot to, what's it called? To silver, and just call that my silver production on rails. That is absolutely an option. But let's add that to the to-do list for next week. Ash processing on rails. Because that's going to end up being a... an important thing real soon. Because if we can't get ash out of our trains, we are going to have a bad time. I think, otherwise, like, are we working? Iron is rolling through as quickly as it can, apparently. The base is sad. I probably could add... Well, I don't know if I have the melting capacity for it. Apparently I do. I could probably add a couple more of these crushers going, because this is bringing in more than one belt now. Between mining productivity and the stacked belts, like, we've got... Far out is this iron patch, jeez. We've got a lot of iron that can come through here. So I could try to scale this build just a bit. Not a lot, but just a bit. Really what I should do is what I said at the start of the stream, which is get iron from the rail base onto the main base, just like I do with copper here. But that's a project that I keep putting off. I mean, I guess I could do it like here. We have a spot for where I can put a station easily. And then I just have to run it, like, I guess I'd run it up here and across, like through this part maybe. Yeah, there's room here to run a belt of iron. And then hook it up right here. Yeah, I don't know. I still haven't really decided. Obviously, I keep trying to put off doing that because I really don't want to. I want to keep scaling up the rail base and, you know, eventually obsoleting all this and adding more infrastructure that, like, ties the two together is not the goal. But it's necessary to make it work. It's necessary to make it work. Oop, we're stalled, I assume, on cyanic acid again. Yep, and cyanic acid is almost certainly stalled on coal. Yep. Alright, so we might need more coal. I think our current coal build is just not keeping up. Okay, well, I was really hoping to see the artificial blood build turn on, and, you know, I don't know if there's a milestone for artificial blood or not, but there isn't, but there is one for the cobalt fluoride. Okay. So these are all of our remaining intermediates. So according to this, we're about halfway through. So yeah, next week, I'm not sure which thing we're gonna jump on first. I mean, I guess it should be continuing to work on, here. Get the korlex going. Back just in time to catch the stream ending. Yep. It is my dinner time, so I am wrapping up. So yeah, next time we just need to figure out kind of what the next step with the korlex is. So that means probably getting the fetal serum running, and I think, you know, everything else we can pretty much hand feed from elsewhere in the base. Yeah, cow DNA samples aren't that bad. I'm assuming the korlex codex is the same as every other codex. Yep. So yeah, next time we're going to start trying to get a few of these guys going, and then, you know, we'll need to obviously switch over to this recipe eventually. But that means getting Tufras and Kicalcs going, which I don't think I have even looked at yet. So that's also going to be fun. Yeah, there's nothing here I don't have. These will be easy to bootstrap. Kicalcs. Also nothing I don't have. So yeah, those should be easy enough to get going, and they'll be the other inputs into korlex. But we'll want to set up a dedicated korlex bootstrapper because we're going to need the modules for the for the Easy Squeeze Ranch and for the reproductive facilities. So we're going to need, you know, a dozen korlex or something to even start breeding them. All right. Well, thanks very much, everybody who's tuned in. I really appreciate it. If you are watching on YouTube and want to watch live, there is a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. And if you're watching on YouTube and feel like doing something to feed the algorithm, a like or a comment or really any engagement really does help let the algorithm know that you enjoyed what you saw. So yeah, thanks very much, everybody. Next week we will continue the push for korlex. I was hoping we'd get a little further on them tonight, but this is really good progress. There were like half a dozen things on the to-do list at the start of today's stream, and we got through them and some side quests. So I'm really happy with where we've ended up here. So yeah, thanks again, and I'll see everybody. I haven't figured out what tomorrow's stream is yet, but certainly Pyanodon will be back next Tuesday.